Good evening and welcome. Hope you have a great weekend and just want to spend the last bit of the weekend with me. Thank you. So I've been at school all weekend. It was a bit rough. It was good, but it's exhausting. Good thing I don't have to get up early tomorrow morning for another week of work. Except I do, because I owe you some work. Some people have noticed that my YouTube channel is even more dead than usual. Sorry about that. At the current moment, there aren't a lot of new games that make sense. I kind of finished Tectonica, and Desynced is not around just yet. I was hoping that there would be something in the meantime, but that is not the case. So, what could I do? I have one video that's going to take a long time to make, or like a video idea, but I didn't have like a lot of time. So instead of just stressing over just trying to release some videos of just questionable quality just to make sure that there's something every other day, then I decided that, you know what, maybe there's going to be a week or two with a very low amount of videos, and that's going to suck in the short term, but then I get to do some other stuff in that period. And then, for example, when Desync rolls around, I expect to have a video every day on more Desync, because I absolutely love that game. I am super hyped about it, and I also get to release content earlier than everyone else. So that's going to be exciting. It also means that whatever time I have next week for gaming will be dedicated to learning and experimenting in Desync, rather than putting together another video of Satisfactory, for example. So hope that makes sense. That's at least how I feel that is the right way for me to do that. Sometimes it'd be like that, yeah, and particularly in the sense that I want to prepare and I want to get to know and understand Desync, because it's a very complicated game. I feel that it's very rewarding to get into, but unless they changed a lot since the demo, then it is a very complicated game. It's easy to sort of get stuck and just not really be able to get any further, and the answer to that is you gotta write programs to fix it. So we need to sort of evolve some good mechanics and some good ideas before before the release, so that there's going to be some way for you to pick up the game and get an enjoyment out of it, and then get some kind of sort of ideas about, hey, could be a good pattern, or don't do this because things will backlog and clog up here and there. So that's kind of the idea of it, and I want to do a lot of coverage for Desynced, and that's what we're gonna do. So me preparing that in advance is probably a good investment, so that it can be as good coverage as possible. Of course, that means that there won't be a lot of videos next week. I think I have 2 videos before Friday, maybe, but even that's ambitious. At least one, like a channel update. I'd like to do a channel update, particularly about like Partner Plus, and then upcoming stuff as well. We reached August, and there's still no word about the Factorio DLC, so I guess it's not going to be the 14th of August. That was my my projected date last year, and I was disappointed then, and I'm going to be disappointed. Well, less disappointed this year. The more it gets delayed, the less the expectation is. And at some point, it'll just be like, oh yeah, that's right. There was this game called Factorio. Let's see if we can remember that as well. And of course, Dyson Sphere, also no news about that. So that'll be sort of, both should be dropping later this year, but we don't know when. Until then, I have a number of games in sort of the pipeline. I was also considering picking up Baldur's Gate. I know it's good. I know it's interesting, but it's, I don't know. And yeah, it's a little bit, it feels like maybe it's already too late, and I can't really be putting in more than a couple of days, and so it does seem a little bit extreme to download and play that game for just a few days next week and then move on to something else anyway. I don't know. I'd like to hear your thoughts and ideas about it. Oh, stupid cat. Sorry. 150 times. I'm someone who mostly plays games like you do, and I enjoy BG, but never played. What? And I played D&D either. Well, I have. I played a lot of D&D, and I also played like the original Baldur's Gate, and I know nothing about it except you can have sex with a bear. That's the only thing I know, and I also feel that that's pretty much the most important thing to know about that game. So, you know, there's always something to strive for in that game. It seems. But at the time, I don't even know how it plays. I don't know how it is, but it's amazingly popular. So maybe that could be something. I think we can sort of cycle back to that topic later on today, because then I can do that. It's a really slow game. Here you guys rejoice. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly a twink anymore, but I used to be. At least I had someone, a dear bear type, calling me a nice twink, and I was like, I didn't know what that was, but I felt that it was an inappropriate comment to be called a twink by a charming, big, hairy homosexual guy calling me a twink. I had a feeling there was not exactly as much of a compliment as I thought. And when I found out, well, it was not really. Well, it was a nice compliment, but yeah, back in my young days, it was it triggered a bit of a reaction. Oh, wrong kind of bear. Yeah, well, bears and oh my god, the cat smells. Oh, I hate that. It's so weird. Like they must be farting somewhere. Like they just run around and then suddenly there's poof, explosion of extreme cat odor. I know they're not pissing anywhere. I check. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of, that's one of the two options I have. Either I have like maybe play a bit more StarCraft 2 next couple of days, just for the hell of it. Or we can do like, I don't know, Baldur's Gate 3. So Peter Gian just say Baldur's Gate 3 is a really slow game from what I've seen. Isn't there like a website that says how long to complete or something? How? Main story, 24 hours. Main story and extras, 35 hours. All play styles, 41 hours. Long to beat. And then it says main story will take 75 to 100 hours to complete. To someone else saying that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit of a big investment, maybe. What happened to SC1? Well, nothing happened. Well, something happened. The Sons of Korhal are sit victoriously on the throne. I see you are waiting for Friday, probably. No, definitely not Friday. Friday is the day that I'm allowed to start streaming and releasing content for Desynced. So that's a thing. And after, it says mid-August, there'll be available, or there'll be a new update for Darkest Dungeon. So we'll definitely return to Darkest Friday for that, for sure. I've seen, but it takes some time. So I'm holding off for now. Yeah. You know, I might just throw myself into the Baldur's Gate. I might just look at it a little bit tomorrow and maybe just surprise play that tomorrow night. I have no idea. I just I want something that can just sort of keep us a little bit entertained. Maybe it'll be something we totally fall in love with and then we can play more of it. Maybe it'll be like, yeah, it's fine. There's some Twitch integration with BG3 though. That could be fun. Oh, nice. That could be nice. Don't know about. I think that StarCraft was a popular thing on Friday, like semi-popular, because it was sort of like out of the blue and just a once in a lifetime. And also, when you think, most people, when they think about like the essence of playing StarCraft, they think about the Terran experience. So, and it less so the Cirque experience. It's fun and all, but it's a little bit less interesting, and Protoss is even less interesting. It's just not as good, not as easy to write stories. Even more so in StarCraft 2. I don't think I ever completed StarCraft 2, the Rise of the Selnago. I think I may have, but I completely lost interest, and it was only just out of sort of sheer commitment that I decided to do that. But that's what it is. We can. I'd like to hear some more ideas. Anyone who is playing Baldur's Gate 3 and go like, oh, you're gonna love it. I don't know. You're not gonna know if I love it, but if you're loving it, or if you're thinking like it's fun, but you have to invest like 50 hours to get into it, or it's really complicated, or it's really slow, or there's a lot of tree chopping and goblin bashing, or something in the beginning. Don't know. We'll just see. Playing the original Deus Ex. I've never played that. That completely sort of flew under my radar. At that point, I was sort of my gaming was specific. It was probably during my WoW days where there was only one game, and that was WoW. I think that's could have maybe coincided with that. I don't know. Don't know the age of it, but I would imagine. So yeah. So original. Is that the one with someone called Jensen? Jensen? It's a lot of dialogues from what I've seen, so a lot of reading and deciding things. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm a little bit worried about. Like that there's gonna be either too much voice acting, or too much dialogue, or too many cutscenes, where it doesn't feel like I play the game so much as just showcase the game, and that's less of my style to do the sort of the immersive playthrough. Also, I mean, we're gonna be playing some more of let's see. Some more of the Telltale on Thursday when it releases the Expanse, but that's also like it was a nice little gaming experience, but it was also 2 hours and basically two story decisions, I think, and the rest was just experiencing world, which was enjoyable, and I don't regret it at all. But if you're asking me if you should buy the Expanse game, then my answer is a decidedly no. You will get exactly the same experience from watching a stream or a YouTube video of it as you will by playing it yourself, because there is no sort of individual choice, and there's not much sort of gameplay where you can sort of enjoy the gameplay. It's basically just, yeah, short stream for midweek. Well, it can't be later on than Thursday, earlier than Thursday, because that's where it is. So it's going to be on Thursday, and then we'll see what's what at that point. Yeah, I'm kind of maybe just starting to feel the Baldur's Gate. Hello, Nightquaker. I yeah, I'm feeling it, but I need to check a little bit of gameplay just to see if it seems like it's going to be interesting, or it seems like it's going to be like too bland and too passive. I can watch a little bit of a let's play, and just sort of, if I watch like half an hour of it for someone playing it, then I'm going to be like, yeah, okay. Isn't part of the expanse draw is just getting to be in the universe, enjoying it. Yes, absolutely, Kashmir. That's also why I'm enjoying it. But your enjoyment of the world isn't going to be much different from me playing it or from yourself playing it. Of course, you can play it when you want to instead of when I play it. But if you want to save a few bucks, then it's not going to be make much of a difference whether you play it or watch it. It's that kind of game. I think if you want to make that kind of game, then Detroit Become Human is way better, because there are so many choices, and when I make a choice and you go like, oh, you outmade the other choice, then it actually forks out and splits into many different variants. It doesn't feel like that, considering how few choices there were. There's only like cut off the leg and choose which of the brothers you support. So those are the two real decisions I recall. So unfortunately, I can't really show the VOD. Or I could show the VOD, but the VOD is on, I don't know. The VOD is not around, I think, because it's going to be muted because of the music. So that kind of sucks. It kind of sucks to watch a VOD that's muted. So watch the stream and then somewhere else. Mostly negative about reviews about Detroit Become Human. Did you enjoy it? Oh, yeah, I absolutely enjoyed it. It is, I think it's the best story game I've played. It was so immersive. And like the whole story, and like there are so many things that you just didn't get and were so weirded out by, just trying to figure out like what is, I mean, why are we making these decisions? Um why are we doing, why is this happening? Who is this person? All those things. And it was just such an amazing story. And then when you played it, then you came to one conclusion, and if you replayed it exactly the same, you came to a different conclusion because it wasn't exactly the same. And then suddenly some other options, and then you could sort of explore the different options of focusing on one character or the other character or the third character. There are three main characters, and I think there were like four endings. I think maybe a secret one as well, like that, and they were uniquely different in terms of sort of uprisings and leaderships and resolutions and all that stuff. It was really a magical experience to play it and replay it several times. So if it's me, I'll definitely have to try it. Don't usually play games of these types. Yeah, I guess that's for Detroit Become Human. I don't know why you would get like, who would get bad reviews from it. I mean, if you think it's an action game, it's not. It's an exclusively story game. There's just choose options and that kind of thing. Also, the actors' recent review is overwhelmingly positive. 95% are positive. Yeah, it's, I don't know who would come around and say say bad things about it, because it is 94% of all reviews are positive. That's pretty good. It's a really good game. And it's also like really enjoyable to just immerse yourself in the world. And I want more of that type of game, where such an immersive story and such an interesting universe to approach. I really love that game. That's so good. I don't know, it's just not a game that's easy to replay, I think. Baldur's Gate 3. It's an expensive one, and it's also overwhelmingly positive. Nice. Nice. Yeah, did you ever launch in Captain Industry? No, I did not. And the reason why I didn't is because there isn't really much to it. You plop down the rocket, and you put in some nitrogen, get some construction parts, and then you launch the rocket. And there isn't really any design challenge to how to get that. So it felt like the last really big design challenge was you had a stable base, and then make the big nuclear power plant. Once that was done, that's it. We got it. Is to play as a bard, so you get lots of friends. Well, you know me and lots of friends. That's not really my thing. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't feel that there was much left to do in Captain of Industry, to be honest. So, yeah. Didn't really make sense. Play as a bard? Definitely am not going to be play as a bard. I don't know. I thought do you play as one character? I thought you played like as a party or something, or I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know, but wasn't that how it played in the original Baldur's Gate? You had like a party, and you could piece together the groups in your party. Did you level off? I didn't level off the entire island. I was in the progress to doing that, but there was, again, like at some point where you get to the point when sort of interest in the game dissipates, and then, well, you can sort of continue out of sheer principle, or you can move on to other things. And there were other things on the menu, so it made sense to move on. And it was the other thing on the menu was Tectonica, and that was really cool to jump into Tectonica. Could jump in a bit early and then cover that. And now sort of it feels too late to go back to Captain Industry, but maybe, who knows. So, yeah, Baldur's Gate is definitely something we should consider for a couple. We have 3 streams next week where we don't know what to do, so maybe we can later on around. This is a call to action for moderators. Maybe around 10. That's usually when we sort of reach peak viewership, and we can ask that question again and dive in and just see if that's something that's of interest. But first, and today, we have a little bit of Satisfactory to go. See, I linked that Partner Plus thing so that if anyone wants to join and support the channel, then pledging. I just saw a lot of viewers in chat without the beautiful Nilaus icon. So if you want to support the channel and help me achieve this 350 recurring subs, and which so I can get a raise from Twitch, then you can pledge on. Oh, you can not pledge. You can support with a subscription here on Twitch, or not. But if you do, I'll be happy. Cool. Do we have any idea what we did last time? Good evening, Mark. You could want a blueprint for the power bank. Yes, absolutely. That's a good idea. We messed up with something coppery, right? Something coppery last time. Yeah, and I remember a lot of stuff going on below the ground. What did we make? We made that thing, I think. Can't really remember what that was. Guess we'll find out. Oh, those hand thingies are still weird. Some things never change. And nope. Something about 3 copper belts not being distributed properly. Yeah, but didn't we solve that? I think we solved it. I don't think we left something like seriously unsolved. This one is getting coal inbound, and it's getting bauxite inbound, and that means it's getting. Oh, we're missing some copper to actually put in here. I think I need to bring some copper into my inventory so I could bring it over here and put it in. So yeah. We are running out of flashlight. Well, not really running out, but kind of. Cool. So we have this. Then I guess we were just considering working on batteries. Or radio control units. Radio control units was sort of holding up because of the crystal oscillator, right? We wanted to make crystal oscillators, or maybe we did make crystal oscillators. Yeah, I think there was something about crystal oscillators. We haven't made those yet. Did we? I don't know. Let's go up and see. Now we slow down. Move that way. So we get 1 level up. Oh, that was really slow. Flashlight. It's pretty full here. Oh, right. Yeah. And you mentioned the power banks. Oh, there we go. We got something. But there is a problem with this, isn't there? Nope, no problems. Okay. But the problem was over here when we do circuits. No, air limiters. Air limiters are missing. Okay. Circuits was something we noticed, or I noticed that we're woefully short on. Well, we're not short on computers for sure. That's nice. And then we'll just dump in here. But this is the build for processors, and you are definitely going to be switched off. Yes. So this one's full, and then all the processors go over here, and all the processors. Yeah, we're going to trace this backwards, and then see. Okay, it's the copper sheets. It's the copper sheets. It's the copper sheets, and that's because copper is not coming in. Let's see, how much do we need? We need 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 times 20, that's 360. That's actually not that much. So why are we not getting the 360 inbound? It's whatever it's coming in at is not fast enough, right? That's clear as day. That it's not fast enough, because if it was fast enough, it would be stuttering. It might be almost fast enough, or it might be fast enough and just not saturated yet. But it certainly hasn't saturated if we go down here. That's all full belts. That's all good. And this is definitely not a full belt. Here. And the question is, well, I do think that it's probably going to work. If you look at how much is passing by, then this one is definitely filling up. So that means that's going to be backlogging. I think it actually is fast enough. Then it just hasn't had the time to fill up. Like, if this is the last one, or the second to last one, then yeah, there's definitely more coming in than we're. No, this looks like more than 20 per 60 seconds, right? I think it does. So in that case, we have enough copper, but we also only barely have enough copper. Yeah, they're all green now, so that's good. So the stuff we did last time was fixing the copper, and well, that seems to be working now. It's 2, and yeah, oh, it just goes a little bit to idle, but not much. And you also switch into idle, but only barely. Okay, I think we're good, because the other ones, they will just gradually fill up, and then they'll be fine. Good. Wet copper sheets? Nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to wet moist copper sheets. I'm just going to do it this way. And these are just barely. What is this then? 27.5 times 8. That's 220. What was it? It was 16 times. It's only 10, right? 160. What? Okay, so I'm producing 160 and I'm consuming 165. That's fine. So, but the issue is that this is less than what is consumed for just the computer build. Just the computers will need more circuits than all of this can produce. That's a problem. Like, obviously computers are fine, but once they start being vented, then should I just stop venting these? Then at least, yeah, we'll keep we don't really need a lot of stuff here. Let's see, what are we building at this point? That is an acute lack of more copper. Why are the first copper not saturated? Weird. Oh, whoa. Huh. Okay, they can't get back out. Okay, and this seems to be like a... Oh, this is not going here. Here it is. That's definitely not enough. Well, let's explore that and figure out why. Now this is just me familiarizing myself with the base and why it doesn't work. Here, this one. Alright, so we have 2 places requiring... what? Huh. Alright, well, I guess we go down here. It's the one. And I need to kill you. And then I need to make sure that this one is actually working and not like the false one. It is the false one. Because once... Oh. Yeah, is this even fast enough? I don't know. Yeah, it is. Alright, first we do that, and then we do this part. Yeah. Okay. and is now coming in. It's coming in fast enough, but if we look at this one, once this one fills up, which I guess it never will. Huh. Okay. Weird. I need this to be bigger and faster and stronger. Autosave. Yeah, I'm thinking of just overclocking it, but it also just kind of feels a little bad to do that. So this is only consuming or producing 12 or consuming 12, but I think these are producing 15, right? So this is 15. So I'm actually producing more than I'm consuming, or there is a surplus inside here. That means I could easily just at least get up to like this. That would just even it out. But 75 times 8 is 600. That's fine. Or I could overclock the whole damn thing. But that also means I don't know how much is actually coming in here. Like this one is consuming 45. No, it's not much. 45 times 8, 360. Okay. We're probably getting more than 360 inbound. So what if this one was just 22.5? Then that would be 22.5 times 8, 180. That's not much. And then this one would need to consume 120 is 24. I know it's going to be like 100. Yep. 110. 115. 112.5. There you go. And that would give us 112.5 times 6 times 8. That's too much. That's 900. Yeah, that's not going to work. So we're going to design it according to 178 divided by 8. So 97. So I can only put out 100. I think we'll do it like this. There. That's the decision now. And then the problem with making a power bank build is that we don't have a production of rotors. So we are all out of rotors. That means we can't just spam them because we don't have rotors. So good. So now at this point, I am going to need inbound 18. And we're going to need 18 times 8, 144. And I'm currently making... Oops, 15 times 8. So I need 24 additional. I could do that not by scaling all of them up, but by scaling some of them up a little bit. Like that one would be 22.5. That gets us a surplus of 7.5. And that gets another 7.5. This gets us another 7.5. And this gets us another 7.5. There. So that would be 22.5 times 4. Plus 50, 60, 150, yeah. So that's consuming or producing enough. Good. There you go. Ta-da! So now we have 90 times 8, 720 outbound. Once the whole thing gets going, then it should be better. This one should definitely be scaling up. I do suspect we might need some changes here. Like all of this has to be changed to, well, the new format. Oops. And here is a smart splitter. Probably don't need this one. And the smart splitter should be onwards and overflow. And nothing should flow on this one. Good. Right? We have factory for them for motors. Yes, but that means I can go in and pick up whatever has been sort of is stuck inside there, but that's it. This one should definitely be filling up. I don't see it filling up. Is there some problem with any of this actually working? I don't think there's any bottlenecks here. These are just unable to get stuff outbound fast enough. I guess they're not really consuming fast enough. Oh, hold on. How the hell are you not able to get that out? Oh, I know. That's because all of these are just Mark 1s, right? Yes, they're Mark 1. Ah, man. Oh, this is the wrong ones. Ha! That's the output. Output is... No. This is the output, so it is actually correct. Yeah, so it's outputting only 60 because belt capacity. Though, we need to make sure that the belt capacity is correct. Here. Now we should see full belts as it empties the internal storage. There we go. Much better. Great. That looks good. Now this one should have been accumulating, right? It was 170 it was hovering at, and that's... It doesn't feel like it's getting there, right? But at least more is flowing that way. Oh, it's still just full belts all the way. Still stuck on belt capacity? I guess that's... It takes a while before it empties all of that. But... Okay, so it is accruing. It's accruing, and that's good. So it just takes a little bit of time for this one to accrue. The other one will just have a little bit more. Eventually we'll get these emptied. It's all good. Just takes a little bit. Good. So we have now built more of that. Let's go over to our... This is on the first floor. So go to the second floor. Come on. Yes. And go to the motor build. That was the first build we made up here. And then just grab whatever we have. It will not be empty. No, it's not going to be empty, but it's just going to be like pick it up and then I can make like 20 batteries and that's it. Have a good stream. Dawn's morning. I'm out for the day. Housework and all that. All right. Thank you for joining. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, does this empty? That's not empty. That's full and that's full and then somehow that's empty, and then over to the last ones, full, and full. So that's 600, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 500. That's not enough, but okay. Can I get it up to 600? Because that just seems like a better number. And then if I want to build a battery power, that's, oh, 5. 5 is not much. Oh, that's way less than I thought. I thought it was, okay, so, yeah. Okay. Where are we at? 61. 83. Oh, autosave. Something's wrong. It should not be that different. I know. I kind of agree with that. So let's go and have a look to see why this one is so empty. Well, not that one. This one is completely empty, and the other ones were sort of slowly stacking up. They're not doing it now, so I can't really see it right now, but we can go in and see if we can find out why. Yeah, one of them being full and the other ones being completely empty seems like a little bit too big of a difference. Looks fine. These are all good. And then the return belts. There's just nothing to it. Maybe I went over there and picked that one up or something. I don't see any difference. These are all Mark 1s. So here come the stages, and they're currently flowing freely. Yep. Can't see any reason why that would be. And motors, they're not being thrown out. Okay. Right, but I have 600 of that. So let's go make a blueprint. Let's make it downstairs. I'm thinking, should I start with a default factory module like this? I missed some iron plates. Okay. Well, I guess I have a solution for that. I don't know why. Get to hovering. What? I can't hover here? That's crazy. That's bad. That just doesn't make any sense. Oh, this one does not need to have one here. So I could take it from here and down below. That's a 1 meter foundation, but it should be, this one should be easy to place again, right? Yes. Question is just how far do we want to go? Oh, let's get it to this corner. That's at least the corner we can recognize. Let's see, 1, 2. Let's close this gap. Yeah. And then that was this corner, and then from this corner I'd actually want to go one over. And then it's 5 by 5. In the tube, 5 by 5. One, 2, 3. 2.5. 1, 2. That's the 3 or 2.5. Yeah. It goes 1. That's 1. That's 2, and then a half from here. 1, 2, and then here. That should give us some floatiness up top. That's a half. That's 1.5, and that's 2.5. 1, 2.5. 1.5 and 2. Are you kidding me? Why did I mess that up? Or how did I mess that up? So that's the intersection. That's not... Is it important? No. 1. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's correct. 1, 2, and then this is the middle. 1. And then it has to go there. I'm gonna fall down at some point. 2. And then here. One, 2, and middle. Woohoo! Then I can take the other ones out. Okay, let me try that and see if it works. Is that correct? Kinda. Okay. Then I need to do it for the other ones as well. Hello, Miss Simony. Still very tired, but quite happy. Ooh, that's good. Tired and happy is good. 1, 2. Let's go with 3. 1, 2, 3, and then watch as that goes exactly into the next. Good. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 again, because that was a lot easier. 1, 2, 3. Not 3, but 2.5. That's important. 1, 2. Whoop. And a half. 1, 2, 3. 3. Perfect. Cutting across the middle might be an issue, but we'll see. Yeah, that's actually going to be a major issue, so I need to make sure that from here there you go. Everything's happy. Good. So now we can float here, which is kind of essential for all future designs. Hello, Motorsport. Just finished setting up a few of your blueprints for this game. Lovely. Cheers. Thank you. And welcome. Yeah, alarms and storage, that would be nice. It's also like a weird thing to not have. Alright, so the question is, do we want to have like a standard factory build for this? Let's make it over here. That was the question we had to ask ourselves. But you could also say it's power, so it should be green instead of the other one. That's kind of how I... then let's do like a factory module. Factory template like this. Does that make sense to have? I mean, I would say I would have to take this out and fill it up with... Oh. Stuff. Hello, Chris. Good evening. And waiting for autosave. And here. These should be simple to place. It's funny with all those sparklies. It doesn't seem right. Unless we sort of make it into 2 stories. Yeah, no inputs, outputs. It's just that it... I want to make it like look a little bit different. Or a little bit something. Yeah, 2 layers. I'm also thinking 2 layers. Which would mean like this layer. And then... That's no good. It has to be... And then I think that I definitely want some lights here. See, we can't build that because it's too far out. I don't think I want it as an enclosed thing, but I think I want it as... Yeah, this outside the designer. I feel that it's gonna need to have this anyway, because otherwise it's gonna be a floating platform. Right? And then... And then. Well, that's no good. Road barriers? Yeah. And then change the color to power green. See, that might be a little bit of an issue. Can you nudge it? Yeah. Maybe that intersection is okay. Would like to have it here. Like having it indented doesn't seem entirely satisfactory. You can rotate the beams 90 degrees. Isn't that what I just did? Whoa. Weird. And let's see. Oh, it's the other way around. Is it still? Yeah. I'm wondering if I should move this pillar in as well, so that it comes up here. And then move this. And do... I kind of think this should be further down. Yeah, that's gonna look better. The question is just, do I also want it here? So that it's both above and below, and then also a line down there, and also a line up here, and or do we just... Yeah, I think we just needed like a double green line in the middle. That's... Hello, Kakayan. Good evening. Excellent. Double green line in the middle is now the decision. Both, all sides, or only two of the sides? Because if I make it all sides, then I kind of... Then it's going to be wasted for most of this space here. And I don't want this, definitely. G, so we can remove this filter. And I don't want any of this. Crossings, go away. Then I want that one to go away. Then I want that one to go away. There. So how much power do we have in one of these modules? And this is going to be a little bit tricky actually, because... Nope, it's not going to be tricky. Like that, and... There. Yeah, 16 to 16 to 32. Yeah, I know, but power-wise, how much do we... 100 megawatt hours. That's a lot of... Big Tesla Powerwall. And do I want to continue the beam upwards? No, I don't think so, because if I continue it upwards, it has to... Oh, has to have a point to it. It does not have a point to it. This is the outer one, and then move it. Like that, I guess. You could stack them vertically. Ooh, that's also sexy. Much more difficult though, but... that's a good idea. I like... Well, I don't have room for it, so it doesn't matter. If I was outside, yes. But I'm not, so... No. So, now I need to put in these power elements. No, put in this, but wire. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of wire. Let's figure out how many we need of these. We're gonna need 30 of those, yeah? So, modular frames and wire, go. Don't forget my break. I will. I'll just go over here and take my break at that point. Oh, no. These ones not lighting up when unless I'm close is still annoying, but too much work to change or fix. Autosave. There you go. And lighting up, yes. One, two, three, four, five, six. And then one more just because. And here. 1, 2, 2, 3. Ooh, sure. Damn it. Gonna kill that. And what are we? So we're gonna kill that one. And none of those. Oh no! Oh yes. That one we're gonna kill. There we go. 315. Cool. And fall down. Let's start by taking a save and update 8 Twitch 71. All right. And save. Done. There we go. I don't know. Weird. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Middle of something, please turn down the volume of the hover thingy. The concentration is heavy on the ears. There's an option to control the sounds individual. Okay. Effects. Consumables. That's not it. Factory volume? Jump pad volume. Equipment volume, that must be it. Chainsaw. Jetpack. Okay. There. Try that. No, it's not the jetpack. It was the hover pack. There you go. Good. Apply. Let's see if that got better. Thank you for letting me know. Didn't think of that. Okay, that one is annoying. I can't live without that one being low. Equipment. It was also not the one you wanted. Oh no, what is that weird sound? Thank you, Kashmir. Thank you for the 200 bits. Let's see, do we have a specific corner we want these in? I want this to be the same side for all of them. So I'm gonna, with Kashmir trying to get a ticket, doesn't seem like there's a place to get tickets to. Thank you, Peter. Yeah. As we sort of progress, then or move along with later on in the series, I realized that not really attracting a lot of new audience. It's only like really when you start a new series that there will be a new audience coming in. And here. Generally. Yeah. But anyway, I'm still looking for that milestone with Twitch, the 350 recurring subs. So that is a little bit of a concern, to say the least. Of course, that's kind of my own fault for just streaming unpopular games and streaming at taking so many days off. But still gonna try to
welcome home.
To get that. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you for the subscription, tier 1 subscription for 20 months. That is one more helping us on the quest to 350 subs. Thank you, Pavel.
A new subscriber.
And an anonymous gifter. Thank you, anonymous gifter.
An army. Kind gesture.
And anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. Triggering a modest train. So now if you have a sub to renew, then now it's a good time to do it because we're in a little train. Doop, 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 doop. Or if you want to survive, then now is a better time than pretty much anywhere else, anytime else. Oops.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
PJGR, thank you for the tier 3 for 55 months. Ooh, we're getting close to needing a 60-month subscriber icon as well. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Still that doesn't work.
A gleaming endowment.
There we go. And Kashmir with a 1,000 bits. Thank you. And a Fry Guy. Also good to see you.
Our illustrious champion
Either you've been very
returns.
quiet or you haven't been around
Welcome
for a while. Either way, thank you very much for maintaining a glorious and generous tier 3 sub for 54 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, Tall Corner, thank you for the 26 months. That's another one on the list. Ooh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4. Yeah, 4 subs towards our target in this train. Great. No, I copied instead of pasted. And those tier 3 subs from PDHR and Fry Guy, those are pushing the train very nicely forward. You go down. Did I make 350 for July? Yes. Otherwise, it would have been all for naught. But I'm a little bit more... I mean, I'm really happy that we made it for July, because that's... that was a month when I took 2 weeks off, basically. Almost 2 weeks off. August is... But on the other hand, it had Tectonica, which was really nice for a nice boost of new viewership as well. So I can hope that August, with less days off and with... Oops, desynced... we also have other things. We also have Icarus coming back. And we have Armored Core, though I don't expect that Armored Core will generate any kind of new viewership or support, but it'll just be a good old time to play. It's just that in here in the beginning of August... Oh, yeah, just wants to be flipped the other way around. There's a little bit of idle time. Right, 2 minutes. And a bit. Can we get beyond level 1? And now it's the time. Cool. So I think that's... Well, it's not kind of it. StarCraft, yeah. But StarCraft just didn't... Yeah. Whoop. Okay, so how do I want to do it? I think I want to... I think I want this one to be the entrance and this one to be the exit. There. Back. Up. There. I think it can be done. Let's try it. Oh no! Alright, Anonymous, 2 subs. Thank you for the 2 subs. And that means 1 minute and 30, and we're halfway through. No, that's not good. In 60 seconds. All right, 7 subs to continue the train. All right, there we go. Thank you, Kashmir, for the 1300 bit. So we're 40 seconds. Mokona, thank you for the 12 months. All right, we're so close. So close. Like 4 subs or something. Last 30 seconds. Can we make it?
Welcome home.
30 seconds and counting. Let's see. I'm just going to focus on this thing. 27, 20. Woo! Cement Cat, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Saving us in the last seconds. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cement Cat. We're live. Alright, that means now the entrance is here and the exit is here on the daisy chain. So everything else is daisy chained inside. And I think that's actually a pretty neat way we ended up doing that. Cool. I also kind of feel that that was a mistake, wasn't it? Yeah. Nah, doesn't matter. Whether it's the front or the back. The wall plugs for connection? I don't think I want wall plugs for the connection because they're going to be daisy chained. Like then of course I could do from here to here, but I don't think that would be better. Because it'll also overlap with the next one. No, I don't want wall plugs for connection. Yeah, I don't want that. Because it's only one place. And if I do that, then I'd have to build it on the outside like this. Oh, right. Oh, no. Oh, no. If I string these together, there's going to be a pillar. These pillars are not going to overlap. They're going to be on top of each other. Ugh. So I kind of think I need to... Yes. Yeah. It won't be symmetric in all directions, but it never was because of the lights anyway, so should be fine here. All right, level 2 completed. If we get to level 3, it's 1 hour of flying and a new factory color, so we can get rid of this shit brown one, or light chocolate colored. Okay, so the reason why I don't want external connection is because if I now drag it from here into an external connection such as like that one, then when I place the next one on top, then this one will be entirely overlapping with the next one. And therefore there will be, I can't hook them up because they're inside each other. And besides that, I don't want external connection. I just need one place to plug it in and that's it. It'll never be connected on the other end except to more modules. So we'll just need to connect the open one to the open one in the next one. So that should be it. Cool. Now this one will have a new name. And it'll be battery pack. 32 batteries. Select an icon. Should be easy which one that's going to be. If I can find it. Already moved past it, I guess. That one. Power storage. Let's call it power storage. Set directory. It's a modular factory. Temporary. Shouldn't call it temporary. I should just call it something else. There we go. Yeah, it's a search bar, but then I would search for battery and then I wouldn't find it, so it doesn't help me. Yeah. Okay. And I clear designer because I'm gonna go build it somewhere. Right, 40 seconds. Okay, 20 subs. I guess the level 2 is where we end this this little endeavor here. Not a single subscription in level 2. So thank you, CementCat, for getting us to a level 2. Barely, but made it. Sweet. And that was the train. Thank you, Kashmir, and CementCat for your support. Everyone else's support as well, but particularly you as the new conductors. Don't really know where exactly we want this. We're so close to the power plant and yet have no power. And then I do power. That was a mistake. Storage. That was a mistake. Huh. Yep. Should have just called it battery. I'm thinking this corner, there's a little bit of space in between, and then we build it here. Being a sport is much better than being athletic supporter. Yes, because I don't lose generally. And then I need some kind of power out here. Complete. And where do we have all the power stuff? Here? Is that the same? No, yeah. It's the same. There. Yeah, I'm gonna need these turned on. So let's have a look at our power. P for power? No? Yeah. Okay, so 1 hour to fill up, or yeah, 300 and... So what does this mean? This means that if I pull 3,200 megawatt of power, I can do that for an hour if these are full. If these are full. So I would need... I basically would like to always have 1 hour of panic mode for the batteries. I think that would be nice. How far are you from the 350 target? Well, the thing is, I have hit that target, but I need to make sure that, like, every day there will be some subscriptions that will be expiring. And if it just hovers just over, like, at 370, and then I don't do anything, and then suddenly it's 360 and 345, or 350 and then 345, and then the month is ending and then I didn't hit the target. So I'm going to expect that some people will cancel and some people will just forget to renew and all that stuff. So someone else coming in to replace them is what sort of guarantees that I hold a little bit of a buffer, because you never really know, right? So currently I'm good in terms of my target. And Digital Nomad, continue the gift up some from Bartek. See, that is a very good move for me, at least, but very much appreciated. This is exactly it. So getting a gift up and then continuing it is adding just that little bit of a guarantee here. You need a sub storage like you build now, where I store all my subs. That just has to do, someone has to do the sub command. Just too appropriate. Just, you know. Yep, we need storage for our subs. Alright, we also got an unlock and upgrade. Switch. Nope, that's not it. Don't switch. That's really not what I wanted. Okay, I have to go in here and then actually click it there. So I need wire. Modular frames. I need cable. And then I can build another one. So many random commands. I know. But good thing we have some diligent moderators who are always on top of it and always sort of pruning the unnecessary ones, right? Oh, that didn't work. I didn't switch. I like that there are random commands. I honestly do. I think it's fun that someone will sort of find a random command that doesn't really make sense. But like, oh yeah, I remember that time when that actually made sense. Oh, why are they not? Oh no. This is not good. Not good at all. How did I completely miss that they're not aligned? Or maybe they just need a little bit of a... Maybe that's okay. This is not okay. Nope, not okay. The whole point was that this wasn't gonna happen. I also distinctly feel that these are not placed correctly. Oh shit. Yeah, they're not placed correctly. These are not placed in the corners where they somehow should be. Well, off you go. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So I think this is the nudging issue. Yeah. Right. I need to get power down here because this is just stupid. Again. Okay, so this is now on the line and a little bit in from either side. Yes. Let's see what it looks like on the other side here. It is also on the line, so that's perfect. Then I'm going to remove this one. And then I think that's the one we have to build. And try again to... In you go with that. Okay, and again, power storage. It's pointing towards me. Here, and then I nudge it. That's the... Here. Nudge. 1, 2. There you go. That's what I wanted it to be. So now I'm going to get from you to you. And then everything else will be connected as well. And we build another one. Blueprints, power storage. Yes, please go back and rest and resupply. And then that will get us 9,600 megawatt hours of storage once it's full. And that should be enough. Modular frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this not working? It feels like it's not working. Is anything coming in? Oh, yeah, it is coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just not coming in very fast. Okay, quartz crystals is a little bit of a bigger issue. And quartz crystals requires a little bit of a trip. Drop junk in temporary box. Nah, it's my junk. You get your hands off my junk. Oh, that's not the one. And I guess I just move on here. I like how one wire spots 1 megawatt hour. Would you want it like in what's it called? Oxygen not included? Ugh, man, that wire management. Oof, that's rough. Nope. That one. So even though this is like the fastest way to get from A to B, I think it doesn't feel particularly fast. I need to go over there. Where did our vehicle is just gone, right? I think it is. Or is it? Oh, it's out there maybe? No idea. This is actually way more power than I had anticipated for sort of like power density. Like 3 blocks, then we already have 1 hour for the entire factory. Hmm? And power storage. Still dumped in the lake. Yep. Answered. What? No, it got misplaced. I don't remember if it's supposed to be pointing towards me or away from me. Now it's pointing this way, or it's supposed to be pointing that way. That's correct. There. So that's that corrected. So what do we have? It takes a lot of time for it to fill up, but then we have 9,600 megawatt of power, and our total consumption of the base is about 9,000. So that means if we do this, I think you get upgrades for the train. Yes, we do need to do that. I just want to see this one in action, so I need to do a save. Update. 8. I did take the save at the hour, yeah. Twitch. Then that's 71.1. So add another one? Yeah, I'd like to add another one. I'd like to add another one as long as... Oh yeah, then I shouldn't have saved here. Never mind. If I'm still carrying around 120... Yeah, well, I don't have enough status, so if I don't have enough status, then I can't make it anyway. So what I just need to do is just load the game. We're gonna have to wait until something else comes along. Or it stacks up again, somehow. And I do this just to let the lights reload, because it sucks that they're not reloaded automatically, but hey, we just do this. There we go. Yay, lights. And we should also have good lights over here. Everything is nice. Just managed to build a space elevator finally. Awesome. Congratulations. That's nice. Yeah. And we'll just basically add 3 more at some point. And I will build station. I'll just build this little box of goodies. Yeah. And put these in here for another rainy day. Now, let's go to our hub. Yesterday, you just someday realized that there are only 50% batteries left. What? I mean, you hear the... How many hours did it take to build it? About 120 or something, I think. And we get up to the trains here. Or train, singular. Gonna need more trains. There we go. Up at the top of the pyramid. And we get 1 free upgrade thanks to the hype train. So let's click that. No flying though. So we only have 2 things. Particle enrichment and the last awfulness. We'll just take the nuclear power. I think we actually decided that we'd have to build nuclear power, right? That we had to start working towards nuclear power. I think so.
Milestone reached.
I think so.
Scanning unlocked. With the provided buildings and parts, you can now set up nuclear power generation, which balances an increase of fuel production.
We'll still have these 10k gigawatt of power from then.
A new project part enables progress to the
Oh,
next
right,
phase.
yeah.
Note, this method of power generation creates nuclear waste.
So, nuclear power, you say? Oh, yes. Where are we going to build the nuclear power? I wish we could sort of zoom out and really see the pyramid and just go like, yeah, there, no, yes. Because right now I just don't have an idea. I think that it's going to be on the same level as the other power, like, or it could be at this level. Could it? That would be sexy as well, right? Like having nuclear power like really high up. Somewhere you don't walk around a lot. Oh yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. But also an irrelevant point. Live streams, will you be doing something with Starfield? Yes, I absolutely expect to be playing Starfield. I don't know if it'll be like a regular game, but I kind of feel that it could be more a game like I've been playing Icarus here on stream, where we can... I don't know if it's going to be some kind of multiplayer, but then I think I would play it as a kind of a multiplayer thing. That's just my initial thought. I haven't thought more about it than that 1 second before it came out of my mouth. So that's kind of maybe something we could do. Like when I stream it, we have like an open game that people can join, and like, of course, patrons can and moderators can join. I just want an amazing universe I can sink hundreds of hours into. Yeah, me too. But I also just... It also has to make sense in terms of sort of... There's an interest for it, right? And you put a circuit separating the battery banks from the rest of the network. Leave them on while they are charging, but then disconnect them. So if the tower goes down, you can reconnect the banks and go solve the problem, instead of just being surprised when the batteries run low. Doesn't it go like... And then it switches over to battery power? Other than that, otherwise, you're right. Definitely. Okay. I think this is what we need. So it takes supercomputers and the rest is stuff we have. So I think we might want to build a supercomputer factory before we do anything like this. Is there anything else we need? Do we need blenders for this recipe? Always generous at the clock, set clock speed. Shuts down if fuel requirements are not met. Mm-hmm. It would be nice if it actually showed how much, but we could build the first 8 nuclear power plants, and that's still something, right? I don't even think I need this. No, batteries just start to drain without notification warning, right? Oh, really? I thought it was change. And maybe a priority switch. Oh man, that's, I don't even understand what the priority. It seems like super advanced for something that is like priority power switch. Like when it was explained, it was like, well, that seems irrelevant. Like you're having like advanced setup for for handling that you don't have enough power, when the real solution, like no amount of power switches is gonna save you from not having enough power. It's just pissing your pants to stay warm. Like, oh, I switch off this factory and this factory and this factory. I'm good. Like, yeah, but you still need you still needed to make more factories or no more power plants. So go make more power plants, and then the priority power switch is completely irrelevant. Like I just don't understand how much effort you have to put in. There's put into something that really shouldn't happen. It's like maybe spend more time avoiding the problem and less time fixing the problem when it happens. Thunderstorm's getting close, so I think I'll shut down the computer and lurk on the phone instead. Oh, really? I never really considered that. But then, you know, yeah. Like that thing about like searching in the electrical network, isn't that a myth? Or like, yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out one day. I've just only heard people mentioning it, but I've never heard it ever happening. I was starting to sparkle in the speakers. You have some nasty thunderstorms over there. Oh yeah, there's also like, I heard in Bornholm, that like that weird part of Denmark that's an island that Russia wants. I mean, what doesn't Russia want? But anyway, which is kind of closer to Sweden, we'll have like a massive shower, rain, thunderstorm tonight. Like 100 millimeters of rain tonight. That's a lot. And it's an island, so it might not be there in the morning. But it helps by turning off non-essential factory builds so you can focus on building more power. That's how I thought about the priority switch usage. I know, but it's... I'm saying this, and as the master of brownouts, not a great title, by the way. And I'm like, if a brownout or if a blackout happens in my base, it's because I made a mistake. And having to sort of flip switches to switch weird factories off is a contingency that it serves me right for not planning ahead. That I now need to do some flipping of switches and turning off factories. I don't need to have built a really advanced power setup beforehand to prepare for like the... Okay, so I think the essence is the power switch is really difficult to manage because you have to sort of isolate networks. And of course, if you have like, oh, over there, there's a factory and you have one power line there, and over there, there's a factory and they have one power line there, it might be easier from a central location to switch it on and off. But if you have like a close proximity factory, you also have to make sure that this part of the network isn't accidentally connected to a mine and the mine is connected to the other factory so that it becomes one network. So you have to do a lot of work on managing power networks and installing power switches and labeling them and all that stuff. And I'm just saying, the time you spend on that, 2 hours, just you could spend it on building more power and you would never need it. That's the essential part. It is essentially, if you work in an IT operations business, this is what you see. You see that there's always time to fix issues, but there's never time to make sure the issues don't happen. So running around flipping switches to make sure that the blackout effect is minimized, there's always time for that. But if you spend that time by building some more power. You wouldn't have to do that. Fireproofing versus firefighting, absolutely. And I prefer the fireproofing. And yes, they're still going to happen once in a while. And then we'll just deal with it and just spend those 10 minutes on flipping some switches. So. Hey, Equitus, is Voxy being good today? No idea what you mean. An organization that rewards firefighters breeds arsonists. Yeah, that's actually a thing that in my particular city, there was like 20 years ago, an arsonist who was a firefighter. So. Depends how your internet and power is. Underground power better than overground. Fiber better than copper. But having internet and or power go bad after thunder nearby is a real issue, and disconnecting things can save money and headaches. Yeah. There's no overground power anywhere nearby. We don't have those. We don't have those around here. Like, actually, it's just in a little bit in Jutland and that you have those. Everything else is underground. Luckily. Also internet. So there isn't a whole lot of things that can be hit. And maybe that's the reason why it seems like an urban myth around here, is that there is really nothing that can be hit. Like, really unfortunate if it hits a power substation. But even then, I'm pretty sure that they do stuff to be proofing against that. So anyway, maybe you can see. Told you when that happens. I'm gonna be tracing through a build. We're going to plan some nuclear power. Does the nuclear need to be in the pyramid? Oh, it absolutely needs to be in the pyramid. Absolutely, without a doubt. How could you think anything like that? We might not need to do the waste management inside, but that can just be thrown out. But it absolutely needs to be in here. If you have production that doesn't always draw power, having switches that can turn on and off to divert power as needed could be nice. Completely useless. Completely useless. It's like, it's those really hypothetical scenarios, like, oh, what if you, and then no, because then I have to go like, oh, my aluminium stockpile is full, run over, switch off the aluminium factory, yes. And then later on I realized that now my buffer has run empty because I forgot to switch it back on. I was like, you're just adding ways that things can mess up by doing that. Just build more power. Make sure you have enough power for the entire base. I think that's always the better option. Good. To remotely access, but it's still a pain in the ass to build it, right? What are we building? Electromagnetic control rod. And we have all the alternates. So we need to figure out which alternate we want. I think we'll do this one. High-speed connectors are just icky. Yeah. Here, there we go. We need stators now. We need a stator factory. Or we just stator it up. So we'll bring this in and we'll bring steel and yeah. Yeah, so we'll have an electromagnetic control rod factory. They're not nuclear. They're not, what are they? Yeah. Here we have other options. 10 to 5, 5 to 4. Well, that should be pretty easy. Which one we're going to use. So we need a manufacturer. We need some silica. We got it. We need some sulfur. We can get it easily. And we need some quick wire. We got that, but we're going to need more. But again, I don't think we need a lot. And this is the uranium fuel cell. This is the stuff that burns. Produced from uranium. Oh, used to use. Oh, fuel rods. We need to make fuel rods. Let's just try to figure out what it is we need. Alternate infuse. There. And we'll do another one next to it. Plastic. Alright, let's go grab some plastic. I think we can find plastic another place where you wouldn't look. So anyway, I mean, I think that it's one of those things where when I said that power switches in Factorio are useless, then people came up like with a million hypothetical scenarios where they would be used, and the answer to that is still like, just make sure your factory is powered. Just like, still, I think we found one case in Factorio where having a power switch would make sense, but I can't even remember what it was. Pretty sure I have plastic in one of these. Yeah. This old derelict base, I knew I would never clean it up. I think it's also like a matter of sort of a mentality of how to play the game. Or any game. And I think it also just very much revolves around sort of my philosophy that came from managing a business critical IT operations department. Like anything, any variables, you want to make it as simple as possible. You don't want any kind of variables or things that have to be manually checked or manually flipped or anything like that. Just like capacity, like anything we can do to make sure. Oh, but it's just like a simple action that someone has to. No, just no. Don't want to do that. Fuel rod, uranium fuel rods. Ew, what the hell? 100 makes 3, or okay. So this is more efficient, but also really awful. So it's gonna be this one. Yeah. I'm not going to use the other one. And then we need to figure out a nuclear power plant. Do we have one of those? Can I make it? Let's discreetly place it here. It doesn't tell me how many it needs. Can someone help me out with this? Like, is it one every... We want to find out how big we want to design the whole thing, and then we'll do it. Use power switch with logic for powering accumulators for lasers as outputs. That's about it. Okay, that's also like really complicated. All right, so it says 0.2 per minute and 1 every 200. Then that's definitely definitely means that I have to look it up myself when I get like confidently different items, different answers. Unless, of course, Grundig is coming in and telling me something, because then I'm just gonna follow that. No, I mean, the first time chatters, sorry, but I'm not gonna trust you. There, it's. Shows different ways to produce 1 uranium fuel rod per minute. While the production rate is normalized, that is a lot of... Just give me the one thing I need. Like, why is it so difficult to just say... It's just the most important thing. Right, great. Ah, there we go. 300 seconds. 0.2 per minute. See? It's dinner time. Yeah, cool. So 0.2 per minute for each. That means 5 of them consume 1 per minute. Or the other way around. One of these manufacturers can support two uranium, 2 power plants. That's not much, honestly. I thought it was way more. Which means that even like this, it would only be able to support 5 nuclear power plants. Huh. And that would require 5 electromagnetic control rods and some 50 encased uranium cells. Let's have a look back here. That's 20. 20. So one of these produces 20, consumes 20. So that's a pretty good deal. They just one-on-one. And now it's 2 electromagnetic control rods per minute. I heard the story of a manufacturer plant that had an issue where at the end of their production, sometimes an empty box would make through. So engineers worked hard on making sensors and assembly line belts to detect empty boxes, and it would sound an alarm. After a month, the engineer noticed that the alarm was not going off, and they went to check. They found that the factory worker got tired of the alarm, so just set up a fan that would blow off the empty boxes. All right. Yeah. Yeah. But then you need an alarm to make sure that the fan is working. And that's the kind of the escalating things, right? Hello, Wildmaster. Good evening. Okay, so this is actually taking quite a bit of quick wire. 25 uranium is not very much. But all of this is 2 nuclear power plants we're looking at. So 25 uranium per minute is, and the rest is nothing, and nothing really for 2 power plants. And then we have to get here, and then we wanted to get that one. 4 rods per minute. That means one of these into there. Now it's 2 per minute, which is not many stators, not many air limiters. And this is not nuclear, or this is not radioactive. So this can be built as a dedicated factory and just have a certain output. What would a reasonable output be? Like, how many nuclear power plants do we want? How much do they produce each? 250? Yeah, 25. Not 250. 2,500. 2.5. So having 4, 6, 8, 12? 12 sounds sexy, right? Let's try and see if we can build this part here. Heavy modular frames, cable. Exactly, how many bay windows? That's exactly why I want to have 6 of them, because then I can go up and check how many windows I actually have available and go from there. Concrete. I think I just have concrete below ground and just take it there. Well, that was a little bit stupid, but okay. Yeah, but I maybe I want it on 2 sides, maybe I want it on 3 sides. I don't know. Don't know. Oh my god, we're slow. It's a pretty decent sized pyramid after all. It's not exactly full yet. Oh, look at this. This is all just chugging along. Maybe we don't need to use processing power for that, because it's just not really generating much here. So we'll just do that, and then the whole thing will shut off immediately, or just slowly, because it's wasted anyway. It doesn't really generate tickets at this point. And I think all of it can be supported. We might need to build a little bit of extra factories to make sure that there is a dedicated supply, because we can't really suddenly run out of silica for our nuclear power plant, and then something as trivial as silica stops our nuclear power because we start drawing too much silica out of our little single silica factory. Oh, I need to take a break. Let's just go up there and... This is a... Ugh. Looks icky. No upskirts. It's a nice looking at this factory. Like, it looks good. I mean, again, if we had more foresight, we would have designed it a completely different way, but yeah, it is what it is. That's the heavy modular frames. Oh yes. Oh, it's not even full. There. Taking a break. Update 8. Which 72. Take a while to save now. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that would be done slightly different. The core of the... Like, it's also easy to focus on the stuff that isn't really working well. That's kind of the essence of engineering. But if we want to look at what the stuff that works really well, like how easy it is to build factories and how smooth they're set up. And then, yeah, definitely forgot to think about how to do stuff in and outbound of factories. But the factories themselves work really well, and then that would also be sort of a pitch for next time, whatever that's going to be. Like, how would we get logistics in and out? Cool. So this part, this is the one I'm looking for. 1, 2, 3, 3. That means if I only build them here and not in the corners, then that's 12. I like that. Let's get the power lines up here first. This, I believe, should be the power line, isn't it? This is the power line, yes. Then we can fly around here once we have the power established at this level. And also save again. Yeah, so dedicated in and outbound. Also make each floor a little bit higher. Just find out a new design. It was incredibly difficult in the beginning because I was just almost getting paralyzed from taking any action because I was like, okay, but what about trains? I don't know. But what about roads? I don't know. What about, I don't know. So at some point you just have to make some decisions and go like, okay, we'll build it like this. Also like the size, like how big is big enough? It's really difficult to determine because even though what would end up being big enough would not feel big enough, it would feel really cramped because I'd start to run out of things. So I just like, okay, I'm going to build it so absurdly big that that's not going to be ever a doubt about whether we have enough space. And what should we have on different floors? I don't know. And that's all of those decisions because we haven't really, I spent a lot of hours just setting it up, but I didn't spend that many hours in sort of figuring out all the logistics and flow inside, but we learn. And now I think this this factory setup is going to be pretty much a stock standard around here. And then we can find out different ways of integrating it, combining it. Like the idea of a vertical main boss in my center, but that needs more room than you would expect, and you have to plan for a size. Yes, you have to say, okay, you calculate how many and go like, okay, I need 32 slots. Okay, so I'm gonna have 8, 8, 8, 8. Okay, then make room for it, and then you merge in. Oh man, that would be a fucking awesome idea. Damn, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. That would actually be really easy to make. But what about stuff that needs more than one belt? That's... Yep. So I think the next base will be one that is going to be built to sort of specifications, like designing the whole thing from the beginning, like big Excel exercise, and then knowing that, okay, we need this many reinforced iron plates, so let's get on with it. Yeah, analysis paralysis, definitely. That's what happens. So just build this, but it's not enough. Then I'm gonna use... Sounds like waterfall project management. Yes, very much so. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But, you know, waterfall project management, the reason why it doesn't work is because you don't have fixed requirements. The requirements change over time. And you're building a new IT system that no one really knows how it's supposed to be. But here, this will be the 10th time I built the same damn factory. So I think a waterfall approach is actually a good idea. Because I should be able to spec it, the whole thing from the beginning. And if I want to change the specs, then I have to sort of go out of the game, change the specs, change the designs, come back and go, I need more reinforced plates. Yeah, need the decision of what is a basic component. Exactly. Looks good, right? Why does that not merge to a, or hit a corner? Like, why is it uneven? Okay, so let's try and figure out where we think would look good. That's good, right? Yeah, water 2 is awful, is all. Excel exercises are not stream friendly and time consuming, so it's easy to mess something up, and there'd be no one for blame for it. There'd be one person to blame for it, but that person doesn't really like taking the blame. Yeah. How much water? Consumption 240 cubic meters per minute. I think it will also look awesome. Like, we already have like a line of power plants there, and if we get turbo motors or turbo fuel, it'll be maybe here, or that's somewhere else. Could be somewhere else on that side, but this would look great, or will look great. So what I want to do is I want to build all of these, and then build the logistics around this before we even start making anything. We might want to make like electromagnetic rods, but that's about it. Isn't electromagnetic rods used for something else? Yeah, water is going to be awful. That I'm aware of, but it's not going to be that awful. Let's see. It is... I need 12, so basically it's going to be 6 lines, or 6 lines of water inbound. What? So we need a dedicated... Why would we need a dedicated pipe for each of them? They need 240, so... Don't need a dedicated pipe. Need a dedicated pipe for 2 of them. 240 cubic meters per minute. It would be awesome to route 12 pipes. Don't think I'm my idea. Our idea of awesome is the same. Can you put 3 on side that has a long access road to the east, so we can have the long look? Oh, right. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Good point. In project part, magnetic field generator. Okay. So we should probably just make a little bit of extra. One, 2, 3, 4, and... That, I think, is where I want it. One, 2, 3, 4. Another nuclear power plant. And another one. Cool. So let's jump on up. I don't know if this is stupid, but since you have a train system below, would it make sense to have the water to come in by train? I don't know if what the throughput is like with the train, so it's interesting idea, but I don't know if it's fast enough. But it's really cool idea. I want to let's try to explore it and figure out what, like, yeah, it's gonna be nice, especially if we can get some facade on this. This is looking good. Trains don't carry enough water, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but let's try and figure out what remember correctly means. Having a busy train rail network would be cool too. Yes, absolutely. And we could bring out a train line the other way so that it's not just this way. This one will go onwards to get uranium, but this one could go over to the waterfall area and get some other way around. So you see the active water stuff on the outside. No, definitely not. Don't want to do that. I want to keep that on the inside. 4 liquid wagons probably will support 2 pipes. Yeah, probably. Like, we need to know. We need to know. How do we? But we can also just add more trains so that it's going to be the loading time that's going to be the deciding factor. So we're going to have like 5 trains on water duty, and then which way did the waste flow? Out. Out and about. I don't know. We'll find out. Advantage of trains is that you have the station high enough you don't need pumps. Yes. Can trains be trusted? No, but that's just fun. Then we have our batteries. Water train stuck in traffic or low in power. Yeah, I mean, let's set ourselves up for that situation, right? I like this. I like it. I mean, it doesn't seem so overwhelming because it's just 3 here, 3 on either side. But I think that'll be a nice crown on the factory here. I like the idea of having water trains. I really like that idea. Package the water so you know throughput better. Ooh. That seems like a lot of work. Because then I have to transport the empty containers back. And I'd have to sort of manage the... No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's... No. No. I understand it, but I could potentially do it in Factorio because you have so many controls in Factorio and you have so much overview. But here there's no control and there's no overview. So figuring out what the right amount of stuff loaded is just so difficult. So there's water and uranium at the same spot. Yeah, but that would be cheating. Whoops. This one's also misplaced. Huh. That's not correct. That is correct. Weird. Doesn't look correct. But it is. Cool. Yeah. Is that correct? Nope. That's correct. We will probably need 424 trains to carry that much water. Or 6 water stations. I don't know where you base that on. It kind of bothers me that you confidently say something. I'd like to sort of... What is the context? Where do we have those numbers from? And alternatively, we just bring in the water from over here. Right, we have lots and lots of water. So that's not a problem. Whether we bring it in by train or we just bring a train line out here and then just use that for 6 pipes inbound. That would also be okay. That would be okay by me, to be honest. Or make a train line out here that might not be used for anything, but then on top of the train line, on top of the, I don't know, small tunnels, we then have pipes going forward. That would be nice. Yeah, I think I just want to pump it in. But we're going to need a level 3 hype train for it. That's simple. Because doing this without flying is just not really a good idea. So, if that's ever going to happen. What's the issue with water trains? The main issue with water trains is that no one has any idea about the throughput issue, or the throughput. And there are some random guesses, but there's no information, there's no knowledge, there's no data to back it up. That means it's just like, oh, we probably need, and then what if I build it and it turns out to be twice as much or half as much as we need? Then, like, it's a massive investment, so I don't want to be making a massive investment of time and infrastructure on oh, I just guessed it. So, fluid trains throughput. Round trip max, what? 6 round trip duration. Items per minute. That's not much. Yeah. Okay. Then, because of the loading, unloading, so 4 wagons with 2 pipes. We need 6 pipes. Yep. Yeah, so I'm going to abandon the idea of that. I'm going to build the train line out, but I'm going to use the train line just as a method for building the 6 water inputs here. So let's start on that project. Yes. It's going to be right here. Trains. And then it would be nice if I could remember just a little bit of how the other one was built. I think I have to take this out as well, because it's going to have to build, yeah, at least the top one. No flying. No. Shit. It's going to be so difficult. Okay, anyway, let's build blueprints, infrastructure segments. Does it start with a tunnel segment? Throughput and see like how fast it takes to unload. No, I don't want to bother with that, to be honest. It's going to be 2 hours to find an experiment that is going to be inconclusive at best. So, no, don't want to. Okay, let's try and get a sense of this. So, yeah, so it is a owl tunnel segment first, and then we've built a little bit of facilitation for it. Yeah. Okay. Build that one, and I think this one, and then we try again with this segment. Actually, we did have that up here by the trains. Yes. 8 or 9. Where are those segments? 9? 8. Yeah? Nice. And the other one. Switch to blueprint mode. There. And connect. Or try to connect. Woohoo! Now we can fly. Okay. So we got started on this somehow, and we're just gonna make the foundations this corner. Oh shit, that's not correct. I don't think I was supposed to build that extra line out. So if you want to fill 2 Mark 2 pipes, you need to unload a wagon every 2 minutes and 40 or 4 minutes and 20 if you spread across 2 wagons. So it sounds doable, but there are many things that could mess it up. Yes, we're gonna go with the pipes here. I need to check. I don't think that one was correct. And we want faster movement. Because someone built it too big of a factory that I need faster movement. Yes, it's correct. I built one too many before. Damn. Okay. Yeah, the reason why I wanted to do the pyramid was because of the lighting, so that I would always build inside, and it would force me to do some things in a different way because it would have to be built inside. So that's definitely not a coincidence in any way that it's like that. There. Eight. And that looks better. And from here, go in and connect. Did I misplace? Yes. Okay, so now we just move out. Yes. That's number 9. And then that has to be blueprint oriented here. And then the other one, which will just need to be out there. Yes. No, concrete. There's also a lot of concrete that goes into this. Well, how much concrete am I missing? More or less than what I have wasted down here. There. And then this one should actually still be here. Ugh. And if I recall correctly, it's really difficult to place. So let's try that. This is one that's 6 wide and 6. So it's this blueprint is called the 6x6. This is really complicated. The roof here. 6x6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't go to blueprint mode. So ridiculously difficult to place. I spent an ungodly amount of time for this. Just so you know. That's it. And then it doesn't want to sit next when it's a blueprint mode. It wants to snap to another blueprint, which I don't get. So out of blueprint mode, and then in here, and then again build these support towers. Easy. Please hit me with a why don't you just for this part. There. Yeah, see, Grimtar, that doesn't work. Why? Because you can't go up and down. You can only go forward and to the side. You can't go up and down. And the problem was aligning it at the right height. So you need to align it at the right height before you can use the... get slaves to do it for you. Well, it's kind of frowned upon in modern society to have those. So I think I'll refrain from that. And by frowned upon, I mean not allowed, but okay. Right, so I need to build more of this crap stuff. Here. It's called unpaid interns. Yes, let's get some unpaid interns. Alright, so I'm gonna get... I really need a different icon for this, but I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I need 12. That's what I need, right? 6, 12, yeah. That one. So this is what I need in terms of stuff. The only thing we need is concrete. Psh. Well, that's really far down. Ah! Ow! Oh, it didn't have any... Somehow slavery isn't mentioned in terms of service. I think Twitch has a little bit of a problem because inciting riot, pretty sure that's against the terms of service. But are they gonna ban their golden goose? They damn will have to. And I'm of course talking about the K-Sanat who incited a riot in New York City. So, you know, that should be like a clear, sorry, you used our platform to incite a riot. Goodbye, never see you again. But they kind of also like his pull. Plus, on top of that, whatever thing, they'll also be called racist for doing that. Even though it's so obvious that, yeah. Inciting riot, using Twitch to incite riot? Yeah, I don't think that's okay. I hope not. But that's the part, right? The rules are even for everyone, except for the ones who have a lot of money. For them, there are special rules. welcome to capitalist world. Like, we have strict community guidelines that work for everyone, is equal, and it all works except if it's Amaranth or Casenat or whoever else. Then we don't have the same rules for them. It annoys me. Yeah, it's only legal for poor people. That's the truth, right? That is the hard truth. Like, fine, it's just a price tag. Yep, for some it's just the cost of doing business. I saw that there was like OSHA. This is why whenever it's like, oh, OSHA, so it's like OSHA has decided to fine Amazon for dangerous work conditions $15,000. Oh no, I really think Amazon is going to change their unsafe work practices because of a $15,000 fine. I was like, yeah. I like the way it works in Denmark. It's basically, they will send out inspectors, and if they find something that's problematic, depending on what, if it's unsafe, they will go like it's a immediate fix, and that means like you cannot operate until this is fixed. But our factory don't care. Factory stops until this is fixed. I like that. That's the only thing that actually matters, because that's losing a lot of money. That's why the EU regulation, the GDPR, is so effectful, because it's like 2%. 2% of what? All of it. 2% of all of it. So no one wants to pay a fine that amounts to 2% of your total wealth. That hurts for everyone, but billion-dollar companies, yeah, they might want to start shaking. They're kind of like, yeah, it's just the cost of doing business. Nope. It doesn't have warehouses in Denmark. Yeah, also labor costs and labor regulations. I heard pretty much the stupidest thing I ever heard pretty much today in class. So context. I'm studying sexology, so we were practicing couples therapy today, because it's also for couples. So, and we've been doing that all weekend, and then we're sort of at the end of the session, and there was like really experienced therapist who was just sort of giving advice, and then we sort of got into the more technical stuff like accounting and taxes. Like, you also have to remember that, factoring in that you think you're going to be making a lot of money because you're looking at the hourly wage you can, or the hourly rate you can charge, but remember this, and then I was like commenting like, yeah, and you haven't even touched about branding and marketing, and he was like, yeah, well, then he got into a little bit about Google AdWords and Facebook, and people were like, is that how it works? Like, yeah. Like, do you really pay $10 for a click? I'm like, sometimes I have to. And and then I was like, my comment was like, there are way too many sexologists educated every year compared to the actual need of the population. Like, way too many, like a factor 10 too many. And people just don't realize it. People think that they take the education, get a certificate, and then think that they can now start sort of make a website. And I hate that. People think that, oh, I just need a website. And they're so happy when they launch their website because now they're in business. And it's like, you're not in business just because you have a website. No one's going to find it. But anyway, that's not my job to be the cold shower of reality. But but like he was like, yeah, that's way too many educated, and that's the problem because I've established myself at every year there's like hundreds just in Copenhagen coming out, and there's just no market for it. And that's why we have to compete against each other on Google AdWords and Facebook ads and all that stuff. And then there was someone who go like, what if we all just agreed not to advertise online? Then we'd be like hidden, and it would be only by word of mouth. If we could all just agree not to do that. And then other people were like, that's a good idea. And I was like, all right, great idea. I'll be the only one online then. It's like the lack of sense of reality for some people. Like, well, yeah, let's just all of us have a yeah, prisons. Let's all agree to not do that. Like, yeah, you do that. You all agree not to advertise online. Yeah, exactly. The naivete, and it also like it was like really basic about the you know when you type in on Google and you could write couple therapy, then what are you gonna see at the top? You're gonna see Nilo's couples therapy. Why? Because I paid money to get there, and if you click it, I have to pay Google $10 for that. They were like, what? Like, yep, you gotta factor that in. But what if people click and nothing happens when they don't order anything? Cost of doing business. That's why you need to know your click-through rate, your conversion rate, your sales line funnels, the value of a click, all that stuff.
Praise the sub.
I'm like, people were just collectively stunned about it. Hey, Nukun, thank you for gifting a random sub just here out of the blue. So, yeah, just do viral marketing. Yeah, it's so easy. Exactly. That's why they're making money by teaching. Yeah. And this is also like, is it a medical field, or do you have get healthcare referrals? No, it's not a medical field. It's a not it's not even like licensed. Anyone can call themselves a sexual therapist in Denmark, but it's just like you say you're a sexual therapist from this school, and then the school is the brand that you lean on. So it's not. There is also a special education called a clinical sexual therapist, and then you need a healthcare, but that's boring because that's not all the juicy stuff. That's just your penis doesn't work stuff. That's not interesting. It's why it doesn't work. That's the interesting part. But I love I love it, and I just have to sort of hold back a little bit here with the naivete of some people in this place. Like, there is a common understanding in the class that get the education, get the certificate that costs about $10,000, the whole education over about a year. Invest that money, then you can go out and you can start taking clients, and you can charge $120 per hour, and then I can work like maybe 30 hours a week, so that's $120 times 30 hours a week. I'm gonna be rich. All I need is a website. Like, my face is hurting from the face palming. And I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy who just shits on their dreams, but they're a little bit stupid, those dreams. The dreams are good, but it's like what I want to tell people is like, how are people going to find you? Are you going to be the one who pays the most for Google AdWords? No. Then you got to build a brand. How are you going to build a brand? You're going to get involved in conducting workshops, organizing events, doing teaching, all the stuff, so that there will be like people who see you and go like, huh, I was thinking about going to a therapist, and this seems like a nice guy. I'll give him a call. UAV guy, thank you for the tier 2 for 50 months, 5 metric years. Halfway to the 100 mark. Keep up the good work. Thank you for thinking about it like that. It's really awesome. Thank you, UAV guy. Good to see you. I know you're not around as much as, at least, I think both of us would like to, but even then it's, or even more so, thank you very much for maintaining your tier 2. So the best thing is to hand out folders in sexology classes, websites that work 100%. I think that I saw actually there's a Friday cafe at every month, and there was one guy who had made some postcards, and on one side it said like, give this to someone who deserves a hug, or another one was like, give this to someone you'd like to dance with, or give this to someone you'd like to give a kiss. And then on the other side there was like, here's my website for sexology, for self-confidence courses, all this thing. That's fucking brilliant, right? You're in a class, you're in a room with 100 sexology students who need to go to therapy, plus their friends, plus other sexologists, and suddenly there are these cars that have a little bit of fun gimmick in a party where they're like, hey, I think you need this, and then they sort of float around and they go like, huh, now I know this guy. I didn't know this guy before. I thought that was clever viral marketing. And what did it cost them? Like a good idea and then some prints. Then I feel like people that want to be a YouTuber streamer, and that it will just work out if they do some work. Yes. And that is the, I call it the American fallacy. You will always hear people who make it, who are American, who said, if you just work harder than anyone else, you will persevere. That's a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Because the people who got lucky and worked hard, they make it. But for every one of those, there are 100 people who work just as hard, but they didn't have that little X factor. They weren't the first to do this. They weren't the best to do this. They had that special voice, that special attributes that attracted an audience or whatever else, right? But you can't look at yourself and go like, no, I was not lucky. It was pure skill and hard work. No one does that. No one looks at themselves and go like, oh, I was fucking lucky. Yeah, I'm a self-made guy. My dad owned an emerald mine. Yes, absolutely. We've heard that one before. Yeah. It's also like whenever someone hears that I'm a YouTuber and I go like, oh, my son wants to know, like, or here, talk to my son, he wants to be a YouTuber. Like, what do you need to do? And I'm like, you need to think long and hard on the one question, why should anyone watch you? And people usually just stop right there. They just stall already. Because it's such a simple question. No, they all have to go down to this floor. If you just work hard enough, it's if you advertise hard enough. No, it's not advertise. There's definitely some luck involved. Like, let's just take me and my modicum of success as an example. Like, how did that work out? Like, of course, I've been very deliberate on my branding towards engineers and programmers, but that's also a little bit of luck. Like, you'd have to have the vehicle for that. So I picked up Factorio randomly. Before that, I played Darkest Dungeon, not really successful, and I played XCOM, not successful at all. And then I picked up Factorio and played that a little bit and played that a lot, actually. I liked it. And then, I think the first little bit of a break was doing tutorials for Angels. And then Angel liked those tutorials, and I thought that was like a good thing to do to sort of carve out my little teeny tiny niche. But you know, it also helped, even though I got annoyed about it, by Arumba and Stidio, who were the big names in the Factorio community, picked up and started playing Angels and Bobs right after I did. The fact that they did meant that other people started playing it, which meant that other people got stuck because it was difficult, which meant they went and looked at my tutorial, which meant they came to my YouTube channel and go like, huh, here's someone else doing YouTube, on doing Factorial on YouTube, and it's more technical. I like that. It's less, oh, that's fine, that's good enough, and it's more, nope, redo it. Top up on iron, quartz and iron plates. Quartz, yeah, let's do that. And more concrete. And so, and then you sort of take that little sliver of success and then convert it into city blocks and like excessive automation and AI industries and stuff like that, which was unique. So, and it's just so I've been leaning heavily on the unreasonable success of Factorio. If it wasn't for Factorio, I wouldn't be here today. And it just so happened that me taking an interest in it, my approach fit very well with my personality and with the general audience for Factorio. Like, if it'd been like Darkest Dungeon, then I wouldn't be able to use my particular approach to make any kind of impactful difference in the Darkest Dungeon community. And I think it's stuff like that which is of course a little bit luck and a little bit timing it, a little bit hitting the niche and then spreading into something else. And you know, there's a little bit of Satisfactory, there's a little bit, then Dyson Sphere comes out, and then sort of the factory genre and logistics genre becomes a thing. Same understanding of a nice factory as I do. I like the patterns and the automation. Exactly, and that's exactly it, right? My rigorous, orderly approach is like completely irrelevant in a lot of games. Like, I play League of Legends. Who cares? It's not a metric. It's not a parameter that has any impact. But if I play Factorio, damn, it's important. I could also have been City Skylines, for example. Maybe that would have been equally successful. But as I just happen to have a 15-year experience from the logistics industry that I could apply. Steel pipes. So, cool. All right, so let's go up, up, up and away. Time, place, and luck. Yeah, and of course, there's also a lot of work involved. I'm not going to say hard work, but a lot of work involved. But, I mean, that goes without saying. And then from there on, it's about, you have to grow to maintain. And I haven't grown. I've just basically just barely maintained for a long time. And that's because of my unwillingness to do a lot of things. Mainly. Oh, we forgot something. We forgot all the stuff we needed for the piping. You're going to use the rail to carry water? Nope. I'm not. I'm just going to use this as an infrastructure, and then on top of it, I'm going to bring the pipes back. But I forgot to bring pipes or stuff for pipes. Really made the factory automation genre explode. Yes, it defined it. Just do bathtub streams. Yeah, I somehow have a feeling that me doing bathtub streams wouldn't be particularly successful. The thing is, like, what is the next chapter? Like, am I going to continue to do this? Sure, it feels like it right now, but I don't know. But you can also leverage one thing into another thing, right? Like, for example, my studies, I can take those studies and I can, if I make some kind of content related to sexology, I will have an audience, not a big audience, because there will be a subset of all of you who will also have an interest in it. Which means that me, compared to any of my classmates, if they make a YouTube video about sexology, they're going to get one view because they want to check if it's actually working. And I'll get a couple of thousand. That's at least something, right? That's at least getting started. And that's incredibly important. And then you can leverage that, and then in 2 years there'll be like, didn't this guy used to make factories? What the hell happened? Or something. I mean, well, I mean, my two passions here in life are sex and factories. And I have tried talking about factories during sex. It doesn't work. So now I'm trying to talk about sex during factories. And it works a little bit better. But I can tell you the other way around. Does not work. I have at least not found a way that it works. Autosave. Good life advice, yeah. I'd so much love to do content for all the stuff I learn. Like there's just some really cool models, and you know, I'm a model guy. Models, I don't know. I think it's better to say models, but so now that was the easy part. Now comes the horizontal part. We are gonna build one water pump. Water extractor can do 300. So we need 6. How many belt? We have 12 nuclear power plants, and they need 6 pipes. And there's also the cool part that if I bring it in on fewer pipes, I'm bringing it on 6 pipes, then that means 6 pipes, 12. Okay, so we're gonna get 12 water extractors. There. And let's bring it out here. So the question is whether I like the idea that they are not aligned or they must be aligned. I think they must be aligned. I need 6. So it actually, this is fine. Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. This height one. There's also one in here. So this is a 2 meter, and there's 1 meter here, and it goes to this height, which then subtracts 1 meter, so it's 2 meters. Okay, so it's actually 2, 4, 2 plus 4 plus 4, 10 meters high. Because this one is cancelled with that one. Because I think these jump by 2 meters. So. Ha! Obviously it's not going to be like this, but it is the same height, right? This is the same height, yes. And then these will be removed afterwards. And I'm gonna watch the stream. Maybe perhaps under the rails. No, I want it over because if I bring it under, then it's gonna go through the tracks, and I don't want that. I want it to be over because then I won't have a conflict with the rails afterwards when it comes back into the factory. That's why I want it up here. So I was considering under as well, but I actually like this. And that will be yes. Back. Can a pipe reach from one town to the next? Nope, it cannot. It can only reach six squares, but there's 12 tiles between them, so there's going to be something in the middle, which I'll be building it up, connecting, tearing it down, moving on. And then, shit. The road is wider. I didn't think of that. Didn't think of that. Oops. And that, okay, so the main problem, yeah, it's 6 more on top, yeah, but I don't want to. The main problem on this is actually, could you do, yes, I could. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make this into a tower, like a really firm tower. I have to. Because I need to have pumps all the way up, and the pumps need to have power, and the power needs to be somewhere. I can't just let the power float in the air, so it has to be connected to something. That means I'm gonna need to have this being connected, some kind of build. What would that look like? It would be good if it was a blueprint, right? So it could be brought up here as a single tower that sort of encapsulates these. It is just 2 tiles, so I think I'll go back and do a little bit of design work on this. Can I build a train? Oh, we forgot our break. Yeah, exactly, steel grid. So blueprint the tower segment. Exactly. That's a mistake. Mistake. And we save. Update. 8, Twitch, 73. Ooh. Sounds like there was a new patron. Oh, I haven't even dared look at Patreon because it's been so many cancellations. But thank you for a new protector of the path. Wow. And on top of that, it's like Patreon reported something like there are more cancellations or declines than usual because something their handlings, and yeah, it's like 20% less than it should have been on the payout. So imagine you getting your paycheck and then it's just 20% less than it should be. Yep, it sucks. It is what it is. Anyway, we'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm sure that it's just going to be processed and then coming next week. I hope next month. Be back in a bit. I'm gonna have to circle back to the topic we talked about earlier about launching a website, and that means you're in business. So someone just launched their business with a website. Check it out. Here's the link. And I was just looking at that URL. Just looking at it like, no, no. So the point was, it's in Danish, of course. The point was that it was supposed to be body, gender, core, as in sort of .dk. But the way you have to make changes to the Danish characters means that it says body, the cow, core. It's not a great website URL. You gotta be like, think about it. Like, I was looking at it like, there's no way there's no way. And I know the URL is not important. How does gender become? Gender is this in Danish, køn, but you can't write that, so it's read like this, which means the cow. Nice. I don't think so. I think it's. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, but it's just one of those things. Like, if you have to do these kind of things, just think about it. Like, okay, maybe just spend a little bit of time on thinking: is this appropriate? Is there any way that this could be misconstrued? Misconstrued? There we go. I said it. Is it uncommon to just use an if you target local audience anyway? Yes, it's very much. What? It takes a tough man to make tender love to a chicken. What the hell is that? Misconstrued? Strewed? I don't know. Sometimes you get a word and they're like, no matter how I say it, it's gonna sound wrong now. So whatever. Volkswagen Italia. Yeah, there's a lot of those where you just write it out and go like, no, like that used clothing for children where you can exchange. It's like exchange, but it's for kids. Kids exchange, but when you just look at the URL, it says kids sex change. Like, that's probably not a great URL to have. Unfortunate. Yeah. Unfortunate. And the arrows here. Thank you. Boop.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you for a new pledge as a protector of the path. Thank you very much. And welcome. Little boy's pants half off. Ah. Oh, that's also. Susan album cover. Ah, yes. Yes, there's a lot of those. Let's try to figure out what it was we wanted. We need to go to the ground floor, get some power there, build some extractors as well. Okay, we got those 12, and then we need, what do we need for pipes? A little bit of everything. Oh yeah, we wanted to do tower design. That's true. That's the tower design is what we want. Yeah, we got enough for the tower design. Yeah. Sus anal bum party. That's like, we're gonna get some really enthusiastic people who will turn out to be really disappointed about what kind of party it is. Like, this is my kind of event. Nope, this is not my kind of event. Right, let's build that design. Another variant of bad domains was the market campaign for yeah. That does seem like a little bit like, yeah. That's a really weird That's just sloppy, right? It's not like unintentional. That's just like you made a URL and you didn't check that it worked. How can you do that? How can the marketing department be so naive? They'll be like, and they're still yelling at the IT for not getting the website up and running for their campaign. Like, yeah, well, we're still on hold with ICANN to get the and or ampersand added to domains. All right, so what is it gonna look like? What? I don't know what waffles. I don't know what you mean by that, and I don't know who that is. So can't really say anything except that I have a little bit. Who represents? That's another good one. Was a company, and they decided to make the O into a heart. Oh. Oh yeah. Yes. And the L is lowercase. Yep. Yep. Yeah. And what are we looking for? We're looking for architecture. I think it's gonna revolve around this. Is this even advantageous in any way, shape, or form? Because how am I gonna get the pipes in here anyway? So I'm worrying stuff about Starfield and possible microtransactions included. Anyone idea on that? No. Yeah, this is it's still something that really bothers me, like how therapist is spelled, and you have to be really careful when writing it out that there is no little space and an unfortunate. Yeah, spacing is important. Um, I don't know if this even is worth it. It must be. It must be worth it somehow that we can hook these up somehow. They kind of, can they snap in here?
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
So with this design, it also just seems like I shouldn't be doing more than 4 in one location. Spicy Culty, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate your content. Most watching YouTube, keep it up. Yeah, thank you. And if you watch me on YouTube, then I did start the day by saying, I mean, it's not really like a hiatus, but it's just a little bit of a slow period. So do not despair. I've not given up on my YouTube channel. I am just not really having a lot of content to add to it right now. So, but that's because I'm working very much on getting some decent content out for you. Not just for you, but for everyone else as well. I can do that. It's going to be... Is that okay? It's okay. And then... Power, Mark II outlet there, and there. So Factory Noob, I keep going to those videos about that. Nice. Thank you. So now I'd want to drag this up to... Technically, I just want to drag it up to exactly the same with the next one. How Well, these are pumping 50, and this cannot be higher than 32. So I know that if I put these on top of each other, that's going to be fine. Except that here's a problem. If this is the lower one, nah, it's going to be fine. I don't know if this is even easier. Because that means I need to go in here and drag it from here to the start of next. Or do I want to just drag it one time from here and then drag it up to the next one? That might be just as easy, which kind of seems silly. Like, dragging a pipe, it doesn't matter if you drag it a little bit or a long way. It's the same amount of work. Yeah. And then this is also like, it's honestly, I don't really care about all of this tower thing, do I? Is there anything else that's missing? Maybe a gigantically long here ladder all the way up. Do I want that, or is that just a little bit silly? Hey, Mies, the 82, thank you for a gift sub. Thank you. Just like, Nick can also come in with a random gift sub at a random time. No way you can make the pipe stick out and connect the blueprint through the pipe? No. Power the pump to a common wall socket. 6. Then I need one with 8 sockets. These only have 6, right? 7 sockets, so I can't do that. Let's see. So if I... What am I looking for? Some foundation borders. What do you mean by foundation borders? I don't know. I am not very good at the aesthetic part of it. Like we all know who's good at it, and you can also just add these things. But ultimately, I don't care. I care very little, at least. Ooh, that was something. That was definitely something.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you very much. That was an upgrade. I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but I'm just gonna check anyway. What a surprise. Mies 82 upgrading from a Knight of the Path to a Templar of the Path. I can't even believe how long it is since last Templar pledge came through. Thank you very much. Negating a lot of the cancels this month already. Nice. Thank you very much for that generous pledge. And we're going to make sure that we get you a fancy VIP badge. And all I got was this fancy VIP badge. So, wouldn't it like with foundation borders instead of the steel cage? I don't know what foundation borders means. Is that like, what do you mean, like this? Or foundation borders? Don't know. Like walls? Or lights up the middle? Pew, 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 pew. Ah. Clevadoros, thank you for joining. Good evening. Yeah. So instead of doing this steel cage thing, then we could do instead to something smaller. I'm willing to test it out because I am so awfully bad at this that it's... We could also make it stuff like... Could also make it stuff like this and then just say that's it. But man, it's just not pretty. It's not pretty because it overlaps then. Don't know what small frame pillar. Maybe these ones were the ones you're thinking about. Then I feel that there would be another one that would have to be like this. Maybe it just has to be some small thing like this. Yeah, I don't have that. And this has 7 outputs, so it's not really good enough. And this one has 4 outputs, so that's also not good enough. These are connected, and then they don't have any extras. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is actually nicer. Oh. I like this. It's a lot simpler, and I'm kind of wondering if it would be better if I also build it. No, then I'd have to build it out here, but then it'll look a little bit... honestly, I think this would look amazing. Oh shit, we died. No, we didn't die. I thought... What? We dead? No, we're not dead. Oh, we crashed. Oh, I thought it was my PC crashing. It was not. Oh, good. All right, we're back at it. Woo. PC is okay. Stream is alive. Satisfactory crashed, but we found a good idea. This is the thing. Like it for me. PC not crashing anymore. As long as I leave the door open, it hasn't crashed. How much do you have in this game? Save file. It's crazy. I guess we can see that. I think it's like 120, 130, I guess. Maybe a bit more. Not more than that. Like, I have the utmost respect for artists because it is a skill that... That's a bad one. It's a skill that, well, first of all, I don't have it. But it's also a skill that I can't really understand. Like, it is pretty much magic to me. Like, let's say someone has learns a new language. That's fine. I can be like, well, that's impressive, but I could do that if I spent the time. But there is no amount of time in the world that would make me an artist. Because there's something inherently magical about that, in my view. Like, it's a flair of just getting a sense of, oh, but I need to do this in order to, and this would look great, or this color would complement really well, and I just cannot see those things. And therefore, it just really feels more like magic to me when someone's like... This is also why when people are like, oh yeah, I can choose the colors for the next the hype train for the... Then I go like, purple, and it looks the same old boring thing. But then someone comes up with some really cool variant colors and go like, I've never thought about those colors together. It looks so cool. I think the most impressive form of that is a sculptor. Like, imagine you just see a block of stone, and then you start carving out, and then inside there's a statue, and that's I've heard that that's also how they look at it. They look at it like, no, 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 I'm not cutting out the statue. The statue is in there. I just have to remove all the excess stone. The statue is there. I'm like, yeah, but just like, oh, I cannot comprehend how it works. If you study arts, I would expect to also learn theory about it. Sure, 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 but it's the same as music. I can sit in front of the piano and go like, bling, 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 bling. That sounds like shit. And then someone else can go, and then it's like, it was the same thing I did. How did yours sound good and mine didn't sound good? I don't know. I don't understand it. And it doesn't to me feel like something you learn. That's of course it is to a very large degree. But there's also something that's inherent talent, or that is just incomprehensible to me. You can use double-sided outlets. A double-sided... Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Then we don't have to do that. Huh. Apparently not. So you can't replace that. Weird. Guess it has to be set on a wall then. Okay then. Great idea. So this thing should be easy to connect to other things as well. Yeah. Time and well-directed practice turned into maturity of touch. Yes, of course. I also understand that, but it just seems like so foreign that, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it in the correct way. I don't know if I'm just the only one who feels like that. There's some things that you go like, oh, I could learn that if I spend the time. But there's also things that I just feel that no amount of time in the world would make me good at this. Skill and technique rarely make up for lack of talent. Well, actually, I mean, if you put 10,000 hours into something and it's dedicated practice, it doesn't really matter what raw talent you have.
Another loyal
Well, is it a
devotee.
Patreon day today? I guess it is a Patreon day. What a beautiful sight to behold. Thank you very much. A new Protector of the Path, an annual pledge. Thank you. CC McLeod, thank you for your pledge. Thank you very much for that. A lot of what an engineer does look like magic to non-engineers. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because I'm into it. I think programming to some extent is a good example. Oh, there you are. It's you. Thank you. Of course, I should have realized that. I think programming looks like magic to people on the outside who don't understand magic. Who don't understand magic. Then programming is magic, but not really engineering, I think. But maybe because what is engineering? Like drawings and calculations and stuff. Like it's very slow and methodical, and you're gonna go, okay, I don't understand the math behind this, but okay. But code is like I understand the words like if, and then there's something like count, and like yeah, okay, and then there's some squigglies and weird characters and stuff like that. Like okay, and then suddenly go like what? how did that random series generate all of this thing? That can seem like magic, even to me, who at least have some grasp of how it works. Okay, this will be water tower. Infrastructure segments. Let's put it here. Nope. And also get another. Let's get a water pump as the icon. Not that one. The other water pump. That. Cool. Say blueprint. I like it. And then if we select the blueprint. That's not what I wanted. Alright, so we need some engines, and we probably also need some copper sheets. We can get copper sheets over here. I can't understand music. I know there's mathematical rules in it, but how base values are chosen, why this and not that. There are unlimited possibilities. Why such specific principles are chosen. I don't know if it's the same that I feel, but you're really touching into exactly what I feel about music. It's like, with the number of combinations, why does do sound good and do doesn't sound good? Like, I don't understand how something can go like, that's pleasant, and the other one goes like, ugh. And like, what is the reason why some music sounds great and other, or some series of notes of frequencies are good, pleasant, and some frequencies are just noise? Like, what is that? Why is something music and something just noise? And then some people can just make music, and I'll be like, I'm making noise, but I did exactly the same thing you did. That's the stuff that really gets me. Like, I did exactly what you did. Like, no, you did. No, nothing at all. Like, I did. Yeah, but I did. Like, no. It's completely different. Motors, and maybe a bit of plastic as well. We good on plastic? Kind of. Cables? Not good on cables. Ah, you almost got me. Yeah, dissonance, but I like that. That's a word. True. Oh, roaches. I need all the roaches, almost all of them. So let's get a few more. Just stack more of that. There you go. How to save. Has rules and principles, but yes. No answer why. Yeah. And I think it's extremely fascinating how and that's also why it's also something I have deliberately just like, it's beyond me. I'm never gonna understand it. Any sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable by magic. Yes. I want to say C.S. Lewis, but it's definitely not C.S. Lewis. God damn it. Help me out. Help me out here. Arthur C. Clarke, of course. Arthur C. Clarke, yes. Ooh. I heard a brilliant quote, and yes, it's a quote within my domain, but sometimes when a quote just really resonates with you. Oh man, I want to get it. I want to find it, because I heard it in Danish, and I want to find the original. I'm sorry, just... can't find it. It was about relationships, and it was a Tony Robbins quote about like the amount of passion in a relationship is equal to the amount of uncertainty you're willing to accept. And it sounds so odd, but I really like it. For me, it just really resonated with me. And it's sort of from a context of oh, that's not a lot. So, and even if it's not him, that like the quote, whatever, or the I don't know what it's called, like moniker or something, is really resonating with me because the something that I've been really interested about in terms of relationships is that they get boring. Like, why do they get boring? But they do. And we had a really good lecture today, which was really profound in that regard. With like, what you fall in love with is excitement, variation, uniqueness. You see someone like, oh man, they're standing out in the crowd and they're interesting and there's something I haven't tried. Ooh, I get attracted to that. And hopefully they get attracted to you and magic happens. And you go like, oh, this is so good. I want to keep it. I want to keep it. I want to put it in the bottle and just keep it. And when you do that, you start sort of holding on to that thing, that you capture that spirit in the bottle, and then it's no longer free and unique because you're sort of integrating it. You're together. You become symbiotic. You become the same. You see old couples that wear the same tracksuits and right, and then things get boring because you are no longer the stuff you got attracted to. You wanted to keep it, and by keeping it, you kind of destroyed it. And the essence then, like, how do you prevent that? Well, you prevent it by allowing uncertainty. You allow the other person to go out and realize themselves, to get that variation, to get that spark, that excitement, that you realize their own uniqueness, and you do the same thing yourself, so that you can keep being together, but also keep being unique and keep having that excitement and variation that you were craving for and you fell for in the first place. So the more risk and or uncertainty you can accept, the more uniqueness, variation, the more spark there will be in the relationship. And I like that because I think you can go like a million different interpretations of it, but for me it resonated because I can so well recognize that I constrain myself in a relationship and stop realizing some of the things that I wanted to do. I self-censor myself, and you don't even have to censor the other person. You just self-censor to go like, oh well, I like doing this, but I really shouldn't be doing this if I'm in a relationship. That's not appropriate, or something like that. But that was just exactly the thing. Like, let's take the most classical example. Taming a bad boy, right? Girl falls in love with a bad boy, and I was like, oh, he's so interesting, exciting, and then, but not a great boyfriend potential, right? So let's start taming the bad boy. And then what happens? He's no longer a bad boy, and now he's boring. That's the classic example, but it comes in all shapes and forms, right? And that's I really like that that thing, because it's the stuff that prevents me from being in a relationship, is that it gets boring. And here might actually be like a clue to how to prevent it to be boring, by allowing each other to self-realize. So when you hear something that's like profoundly like, yes, that makes sense. Ah, that's a good way of looking at it. Like that. That's what a good quote is for. So let me see. Any comment on that? Current reforming bad boy problem. Absolutely. That was it. Yeah. And it's just so true for me that that's why it's, yeah. And that's why it resonates with you, because it feels so true and feels exactly like the problem that I've experienced too many times. Happy Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yeah, it's true. Sunday. Good evening, Jeff. Good to see you. And let's see. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. So embracing that amount of uncertainty, and if you can't accept that uncertainty, then things will become stale. And maybe you like safe, stale, focused on conserving what already is. But if you find the lack of spice to be a problem, then maybe you now know the reason why. I need a better input of power for this than just random power poles, but I'm gonna have to make do with that for now. Doesn't look like the water is deep enough. Oh, don't even. Don't even. It's fine. It's fine. Of course it's fine. It's a waterfall. Of course it's fine. Whew. Now the next problem. That one is lighting up. It's the old one. It's an older code, but it checks out. That is a tunnel, and where's the other tunnel? Oh, it's over there. Okay, well, off we go. Where are the ramps? Double ramps. There. And from here to... I really don't want to have asphalt here. This seems weird. Yep. Yeah, so sometimes there's a good quote or good like saying or something like that that just resonates. So anyone got some good quotes that they are using, living by, having as their motto? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the distance we need to fly between them, right? A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Bruce Lee. 2, 3, 4, 5. For me, like, my mantra that I'm trying to live by is, it's actually some random American pastor, is that life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. And I just find that to be like something that is, for me, always come back to that. Stop, think, consider your reactions, your response, and then respond. Because then it's just so easy to just take random events and just like, oh, well, that's out of my control, and now this mystery has happened to me, and then all I can do is just complain about it, or like, oh, you could just go with the flow and see the silver lining, or take it as a learning opportunity. And I know very bad stuff can happen. That's really hard to get around that. But and I'm not saying I'm the expert on it, but you can see, like, my best example of or sort of proof that this is true is that you can see people who just been dealt a rough hand in life. There's just whatever, sickness, death, misery, unlucky, whatever. They've been so unlucky, and they are the most happy and cheerful people, and they live a great life despite the cards that life has dealt them. And then there are other people who, by all accounts, have had an easy and relaxed and nice life without any obstacles, and everything has just been given to them, and they are miserable like hell. And I was like, so it's obviously, since those two cases exist, it's not what has happened. It's not the cards you've dealt that determines your happiness. It's something else. So less focus on the stuff that happens, more focus on what you respond to it. And I think it's very nice. Can't remember. But I was like looking for it, and I was like, really? Just some random American pastor 100 years ago about some religious, like, really? Okay. Well, I thought it would be like someone I could more identify with. 1, 3, 4. So let's see. What that is that what that is that is not is not. Is that not it? It is. Okay, I don't get it. That's good, yeah, but we had to give a quote. I would stop trying to hit me and hit me. What? Ah, right. Yeah, we need the quotation marks to understand what is the quote. And where are we now? Okay, we're beyond that point. Good. Here-ish. I don't want here-ish. I want exactly here. Yeah, it's these two. Better be correct. Better be correct. Let's see here. 8 for the infrastructure tower. I lived by the unknown unknowns from Donald Rumsfeld. He was ridiculed for it, but it's so true. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's true. The unknown unknowns, it's this stuff that we don't know that we don't know. And it is so true. Thank you. We saw a new patron. Oh man, it's a beautiful patron day. Not much activity in subs, but somehow it's a patron day. Thank you. New protector of the path has joined the ranks. Thank you very much for that. And welcome. Obake or Obake. Thank you. Start of the month. Yeah. If you want to pledge, now you get a whole, just one small positive thought in the morning can change your whole day. You need fly mode? Yeah, we absolutely need fly mode. Before was is. I don't know. I don't get that. So I think that I am not going to build this immediately here. Because I then can't reach under it. So I do need to build like the first part myself. Yeah. Was it like this? I think that's it. Maybe I want the power on the back. Because that's where I do have... No, I want it here. And then this one can go out to here for powering the other ones. And this one should have... No, it doesn't have any more. Oh, yeah, 6 plus 1 in here. Yes. Okay, so it goes back here. Oh, shoot. Dear moderators, we forgot. We forgot. We were supposed to do a vote about what to do the next couple of days. Whether we were going to play some Baldur's Gate or some other stuff. I haven't decided and we haven't voted for it, so we don't know. I caved to nostalgia and got Baldur's Gate 3. All right, so let me hear about it. 2-minute vote now. Yeah, let's do a vote. I'm not gonna be 100% on following it, just being sure about it. But I'd like to get an indication of, would you like to see some of that, or don't you really care? So maybe more of a yes, please do that, or don't care, play whatever you like, or something like that. It's more of a, I don't know. Yeah, StarCraft could be... It shouldn't be like Baldur's Gate or something else. Yes, it should be Baldur's Gate or something else. What the something else is will be up in the air, but it's just going to be like, would you like to see Baldur's Gate here on the channel? If so, speak now. I really wish this one could be done in a better way. Now, extra voting? Sure. I don't know. Maybe that's silly. I have no idea. To the top first. Yes. That is true. I just get carried away. But you're right. Barely get up here. And then get blueprint mode. Alright, there is a vote up now. So vote now. Don't need to put the other ones in. I think it was a good idea to do this. It looks good, and I think we were on track, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let me see the votes. So get your votes in. Play Baldur's Gate, play something else. Alright, well this is completely useless information now. Completely even. It's still like basically for 1 or 2 streams putting out plastic. Stupid plastic. Oh, why did I not check this? Didn't I click how many I wanted of this? Hey Nukem, thank you for another random gift sub. How weirdly timed that is. but I appreciate it. It's nice. Okay. It looks good to me, this one, but what do I know? Hey, I can actually make an explorer. Make a new explorer. Are you kidding me? You guys are just useless. You are so useless. Well, it is non-binding, so... Cincermac, what did you vote for? Maybe both? That's it. I'm out of here. Screw you. You're useless. As an almost every stream lurker, I think it's a good idea to give something back. I really appreciate it. If you can, then um, time it with potential hype trains. They have a problem getting off the ground these days. Plastic. Yeah, well, that's going to be somewhere else, some other day. So there's something else would also include Satisfactory. That would probably be like more StarCraft and Satisfactory. Baldur's Gate would be like an investment of $60 for 3 streams, basically, which does seem a little bit much. When Bankrupt's voting, what did you vote for, Gunslinger? Okay, I am not going to remember what we were doing, so if I at least look at this thing and then realize that I can't build it. It's supposed to be 70 months long, 100, depending on who you ask. Yes. And I don't think I can... I have a tough time imagining that I can invest that time into the game in terms of stream hours, because I haven't even invested that much time in Satisfactory. Let's have a look. 122 hours for the people asking how much. So imagine that the time we spent on Satisfactory, which has basically been like every other stream almost since June, and I have 122. No, I'm actually 74 hours in on Twitch, and the rest is off camera. But like, how am I gonna be putting in, like you say, 70 hours into just play the game? Like, I'll be done by Christmas. It just seems like my girlfriend already played 172 hours. Okay, well that's I guess you haven't seen your girlfriend for the last week or however long it's been out. Damn. Well, then I guess you have time to show up on stream. I guess no one else is taking your time. You should try and keep going to viewers to not showing up for it. That's just not how it works, because on Friday I have a game that I have anticipated a lot, and on Thursday I have another game that I'm also looking for. So it's not like just, I don't do that where I just pick up a game and then play it continuously. I like to have alternating schedules so that if people don't care for a game like Baldur's Gate, it's not like, oh well, the next 2 months you're just not going to be watching my streams. I don't like that. So I like to make sure that I at least keep some kind of factory game on the docket, on the schedule, like Satisfactory, and then if I do something else, and of course, starting from on Friday, I will be able to stream and create content for Desynced. The rest of you will have to wait until the 15th, but that means I get 4 days of head start on Desynced, and that means I can do some cool things for you. So that's going to be our Friday and Sunday, not Saturday, because I'm going to do something nice. I'm going to do tantric massage all day, and then going to a grand opening at a Shibari club in Copenhagen. So, sorry, no time for streaming next Saturday. It's going to be a very, very nice Saturday. So, yeah. Sounds like a good weekend. Oof. The grand opening at the new 6 Positive Shibari club in Copenhagen. Gonna be nice. So that's a little bit of a spicy Saturday, but both Friday and Sunday I dedicate to you, and we'll be playing Desynced there. So thank you very much, everyone. not much activity on YouTube this week. I'll get 1, maybe 2 videos out. Probably just 1 to be realistic. And then Friday we'll start pouring out some desynced videos. Cool. Thanks everyone. Good night. Take care and stay effective. And thank you for the pledges on Patreon. That was super generous of you. Very much appreciated. Good night.